When I saw that first one,
Natural gas, yeah.
I was like 115, right? Like, we need to put some smart thermostats in there.
You're right. Yeah, that's a pretty stupid thermostat. That's not.
Good evening. Welcome to the May 27th Foxborough School Committee meeting. This meeting will be broadcast live and recorded by Foxboro Cable Access. I will entertain a motion to open the meeting.
I would like to make a motion to open this meeting.
I second.
Meeting.
All in favor? 500. Thank you very much. Leading us in the pledge today will be students from 8th grade.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Moving on to our next agenda item, which is open public comment. There was none on the list. Is anyone here for open public comment? Perfect. Moving on to the next agenda item, which is the approval of minutes. We have 2 sets of minutes here today.
I make a motion to approve the school committee meeting minutes from March 25th, 2026.
I'd second.
Just one point of clarification, just to mention that I was at that meeting, so with that little adjustment.
Sure.
All in favor? 500. Thank you.
I make a motion to approve the policy subcommittee meeting minutes from May 22nd, 2026.
Second.
All in favor? 500. Thank you very much. Next on the agenda is the Teaching and Learning Highlight, Ahern Grade 8 Civics Project.
Thank you, everybody. And good evening, Foxborough. I'm Mr. Gill, Grade 8 Civics teacher at the Ahern Middle School. I'm here tonight with a gaggle of 8th grade civics students, both from my house and from my content partner across the hall, Mr. Williams, who couldn't be here tonight, but we have representation from the entire grade. You know, all subjects are important. They're all taught. But as we tell our students, civics is lived, is a lived subject. And one of the great pieces in this curriculum is the action project, where our students are given the time to engage in the real world with real adults to address real problems that they've identified in the communities that they care most about. It is entirely empowering to see this process from the adult end of it and know that our kids are going to be activated as responsible citizens. So we were super impressed with the work they've done, and we know you will be too. So let's turn it over to the people who actually did this work.
I'm Ella, and I'm here to represent my class's project. We decided to work to solve a very local level issue, which was that most schools, including our own, don't actually recycle their waste. We decided to have our class focus on getting reliable and sustainable recycling for our school. To do this, we divided our class into many groups and decided who would do what in terms of project. After meeting with the superintendent about finishing our project, she told us that our first course of action would be to find a way to reduce the amount of trash we produce, since it would be so much money for our school to recycle. We looked into it and found that paper, which is the most trashed thing students use that could be recycled, is actually shredded by a company that currently comes every once in a while and shreds our legal documents. We plan to finish our project by getting this company to come more often and recycle our used paper, which could significantly lower the amount of trash that gets into our ecosystem. This project was eye-opening because we learned how to communicate with officials and make real needed change in our community. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Veronia.
And I'm Kenzie.
And we're in 8th grade, and we have been working on a civics action project. We believe that school start time should be later because it would improve academics, time management, and safety.
Research shows if school starts later, it will lead to better thinking and improve MCAS scores, along with better grades.
Also, research shows that if you start school later, they will be well rested, so then they could operate with a higher function, which means to be more efficient and organized. According to American Physiology, it shows that when school starting later, the kids get more sleep, so they make better decisions, having faster reaction time. Also, teens who drive to school are more likely to get in an accident when they're tired.
We discovered the root cause of this is transportation, scheduling, and after-school activities. We did not achieve our goal, but we plan on continuing to bring awareness to this issue.
My name's Peyton.
And I'm Lonnie.
And we're part of the other half of Kenzie and Veronia's class, but our group focused on school start time through more of a global lens.
We found that in Denmark, they are known for having the happiest teens, only having 15% of teens struggling with mental health.
However, in the U.S., we found that 71% of teens struggle with mental health.
Through research, we discovered through a survey, 64% of the 71% of teens say that they feel this way due to the early school start times with being exhausted.
With this information, we can take in that school starting too early is an issue that needs to be addressed. And although we did not make a direct impact on this municipality, we were able to come here and raise awareness.
We hope that this encourages everybody to achieve our goal.
Hi, I'm Deanne.
And I'm Veronia.
We are in the 8th grade, and our civics action project was mental illness. We want to spread awareness about the root causes of mental illness.
In terms of our goal, we were able to educate ourselves about mental illnesses, and we will. After researching our topic, we have concluded that the main root causes of mental illnesses are our genetics, lifestyle, physiological trauma, and environment.
Fortunately, we've identified ways to prevent the onset of mental illness, such as regular exercise, positive habits, and a balanced diet. We have also listed hotlines, or numbers that operate 24/7, in our presentation that you can contact anytime if you are suffering mentally.
In terms of our goal, we were able to educate ourselves about mental illnesses, and we will continue trying to spread awareness. Thank you for listening.
Hi, my name is Siwon, but I go by Kai. According to our research, the root cause of mental health impact is social media. Social media is the root cause of declining mental health. Social media was literally designed to make you addicted. It has its benefits, but that doesn't make the negative impacts invisible. Me and my group feel that our project helps spread awareness to the public about social media impact on mental health.
Good evening. My name is Miguel Sebastian, and my group and I work to try and spread awareness and knowledge about mental health and some of its root causes to people in our town. Mental health issues or disorders such as depression, PTSD, and schizophrenia all have a bunch of root causes, and me and my group discovered that a lot of these issues originate from things in the environment. Take financial instability, for example. Once you lose your job, like the moment you lose that one moment, you basically lose the primary source of income, and that later leads to you falling back on paying your rent, paying back those debts, and stuff like that. And that, of course, leads to high stress, and that also leads to the brain going into this fight or flight mode, and it stays in that fight or flight mode for quite a while, and that causes anxiety and depression. Additionally, a startling 21.1% of adults in Massachusetts have been told by a doctor that they have depression, according to americashealthrankings.org. That's around 1.5 million people. All in all, mental health affects everyone, which is why it is important to reach out to family or a therapist to talk about your problems. Me and my group went around town to put up posters mentioning a few helpful websites that you could find on the Foxborough website, and we hope that those posters at least moved the needle a little bit and helped spread awareness or at least make a small change.
Good evening. My name is Kyle, and today I'm here to talk about healthcare accessibility. Me and my group try to find the root causes for some of the reasons that some people can't get to appointments, regular checkups, and other things such as these without taking money out of their pockets. So in order to find these root causes, me and my group emailed town officials to make some suggestions about the Van Gogh and the transportation services in Foxborough. In result, we found that one of these root causes could have been that the town website was out of date, which Mr. Craig, whom I emailed, stated. Despite not achieving our goal, we found a major problem which could have been a root cause for the people who can't get to appointments in our municipality.
Hello, my name is Mel Scarciotti. My class did homelessness for a civics action project. Each group tried to look up ways to help reduce homelessness. We all probably know somebody that can't afford rent, or is dealing with mental health, or has a low job opportunities. And one of my classmates, Davida, emailed the senator, and we did get a reply by one of his staff members.
Hello, my name is Finn, and my class approached the problem of high healthcare costs. In the US, especially in Massachusetts, healthcare costs can be so high that many people are struggling with bills or even avoiding seeking healthcare because of the cost. We decided to approach it from multiple angles, but ultimately advocating for a single-payer healthcare system or universal healthcare that we found was common in most other first world countries. We did this by raising awareness mainly. We created a website that included a lot of information about healthcare costs and single-payer healthcares, as well as ways for people to reach out to their senators and representatives about the issue. We contacted representatives ourselves, and we wrote an article for the newspaper.
Hi, I'm Will, and I'm here representing the local and school groups that focus on the issue of vaping. We figured this was a big issue considering that about 5.9% of teens in the U.S. vape. We did two main things to try and raise awareness about this persistent issue. One was out to State Representative Paul Feeney to work on having a more visible tab for helping people quit vaping, as well as promoting other helplines, such as 1-800-QUIT-NOW on the mass.gov website. We unfortunately didn't receive a response, but we still reached out, which was awesome. We tried to present a Kahoot to the 5th and 6th graders. It was deemed inappropriate by the teachers, so we're currently working on making our material more appropriate for the younger grades. We also researched the root causes of vaping and concluded that the main cause of vaping is the lack of information that people have, as well as many other smaller sub-causes. Included with that, we're here, so we raised awareness in our community, which is awesome, ultimately achieving our goal of raising awareness. Although we fell short in trying to change the state website, we still tried. The people who helped me create the awesome poster board back there are myself, Ethan Newell, Charlotte Scholes, and Makai Emil. If you'd like to check more info on the poster, you can check it out in the lobby in a little bit. Thank you for your time, and I really appreciate this amazing opportunity.
My name's Sienna.
I'm Emma.
My name's Grace. Us three made this post-it to spread awareness worldwide about vaping.
We did research on vaping in different countries across 4 continents to see if we can do anything different in our town.
The United States has one of the largest vape markets in the world.
In Venezuela, vaping is treated as illegal nationwide.
In Hong Kong, China, around 10% of people vape or smoke.
Although Belgium is the first EU country to ban disposable vapes, vaping is becoming increasingly common. Belgium, France, New Zealand, Poland, Switzerland, and UK are the first countries to ban disposable vapes, and this is one step towards helping prevent vaping globally, but we must do more to continue solving this problem.
When vapes are littered or sent to landfills, heavy metals and nicotine can leak into the ground and pollute groundwater and reservoirs.
In 2023 alone, an estimated 844 million devices reached landfills globally. Vaping also releases aerosols containing formaldehyde and heavy metals into our air.
Our 8th grade civics action projects helped to raise awareness for many major issues across the globe and gave us the opportunity for a student-led project. Thank you for listening.
Before we leave, do you want us to leave the boards here? You take care of them. We'll come back and get them. Don't recycle them. I want them as exemplars for next year. Thank you,
Yes.
everybody.
Thank you.
Thank
Great job.
Great job.
Moving on to the next agenda item is the Parent Volunteer PTO PAC CPAC update and recognition.
Come on up, don't be shy.
Can't believe Senator Feeney wasn't returning their calls.
No, they said he called, somebody from his office called back, didn't
No,
they?
that was Mr. Chason, I believe.
Ah.
Okay.
CPAC might be the only one. That's all right.
That's all right, indeed. Hello.
They may not be here, but we're not going to
They're
forget
coming.
them. Come on up. If you're here to represent a PTO or a PAC parent group, please come on up.
I guess, well, it's hard to follow all those wonderful presentations. So
Impressive. No pressure.
Very impressive. No pressure. Well, my name is Holly Mandillo. I am a member of the CPAC board along with Michelle Thaxton and Carrie Weston. And we thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to share with you tonight. I'm going to go through the highlights of our year. So we started off really well in August with our annual Popsicle Playdate. We have that over at the Payson Playground. About 25 kids and their families joined us this year. Great opportunity for new and existing families to connect. And we'll be hosting that again this year on August 6th from 4 to 6 at Payson Playground. And then in October, along with the Mansfield CPAC, who's been a great partner with us this year, we hosted our second annual, hopefully, hayride at Wardsberry Farm. We had a local photographer come out. She donated her time and took pictures of the families. Kids got to pick pumpkins, a great event. We had over 50 kids in attendance. It was a great turnout. Then in November, Amy Maldoni helped us coordinate a presentation with Dr. Josh Plummer on digital citizenship, I was going to mess that up, and safety, which is an especially important topic for our kids with special needs who are more vulnerable. And then in December, we kind of changed things up for our annual holiday social. We had in years past focused on parents, but had a low turnout, so we decided to make it a more family event and had crafts for kids, refreshments for everyone. We held it at the Cannon Forge Clubhouse. We had over 40 kids in attendance, so it was a great event, and we partnered with Mansfield in that as well. Then in January and February, we did all of our mandatory trainings. We do those online virtually with the Federation for Children with Special Needs. That's things like basic rights, understanding the IEP, and evaluation and transition planning. And then in March, we had our annual resource fair. It was our fourth one this year at Foxborough High School. We had over 45 vendors and 50 families attend. Across the board, we had mental health professionals, school programming, summer camps, government support agencies like Mass Abilities, Department of Developmental Services, great sports organizations like Personal Best Karate and Top Soccer, and then ABA therapists, PT, OT, speech, you name it. And a great way to try to provide those resources and connect our families. So it was great. And then our Mansfield friends hosted a North Bowl bowling event for kids and families. So that was another great fun event and a good turnout. And then just last week, we had Dr. Josh Plummer back again to do a presentation on summer transitions. So getting your kids prepared for summer and then through summer and then prepared to go back to school. And that was a very helpful presentation for myself and many others. And that we're going to distribute virtually as well. So for families who weren't able to attend, we'll get that. And then just yesterday, we had our Special Olympics event over at Foxborough High School. We had John's Dream Ice Cream come out to provide ice cream, and that was on behalf, all thanks to Student Services for that. And I will turn it over to Ms. Carey.
And that was with Norton as well.
With Norton, sorry. Thank you.
And in addition to that, we have general meetings where we go on Zoom, and parents are welcome to join us to talk about any issues or concerns that they have. Our main role is to provide resources to families, provide camaraderie, connection, and that's what we really focused on this year was the socials, because we found that they're getting information from the school, they're getting information from their special education liaison, and we wanted to be there to really connect these kids and the parents, because that's how we're finding is the most meaningful and powerful for the families. And we also find that these families are busy. It's hard for them to get away. It's hard for them. And so having events where they can bring the kids with them is huge, because that's the biggest issue.
Yeah, childcare is our biggest hurdle, certainly.
So we've already started preparing for next school year, and Sarah knows this is my annual plea for anyone out there listening. We can use some help. Right, Joe?
Yes. Sorry I haven't been coming to the meetings, but I don't know.
You've been at a few.
You've been to the meetings.
You've been coming to our events and stuff.
Events like the
Yeah.
CPAC Resource Fair back on March 4th. I was there, at least I made an effort.
Yeah. Joe is really helpful. He comes to especially the ones that we do with parents online and Zoom. Joe comes in and he provides a voice that's really important to us, and as well as the other families, having been on the other side.
Yeah,
Of
the
this.
other perspective of it.
Yes, perspective of an adult now. Yeah, an alumni. I was going to say, we can't call you a kid. So having gone through it. So we've already started planning for next year. It really is time for myself and Michelle to roll off the CPAC as we both have seniors. And it's time to bring in some of the newer and younger families in. So we understand that we have some families interested. We will be having a meeting sometime in June to talk with those families about what CPAC does. And if anyone's interested, please reach out to us. We already have, as Holly mentioned, we already have our play date set up for August 6th, rain date August 7th.
The last day of summer program, August 6th.
Oh, so I didn't even realize that.
The last day, the ESY summer program is July 6th to August 6th. Because it
Interesting.
starts after the July 4th holiday.
Yeah. I didn't even realize that, so that's another excuse to party.
Yeah.
Yes, and then school goes back before Labor Day this year.
Oh, is it early?
Because it's Labor Day's late.
Labor Day's late, go back early. We also have our planning meeting with the CPAC organization on August 12th to plan our programming for the school year. And then, of course, we have already started planning for the Hayride again in October, a wildly successful event. And also have plenty of other opportunities and ideas for meetups and socials and programming. Thanks for letting us speak.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here.
I didn't realize we were speaking, but I'm Jody Congdon. I'm the co-president at the Taylor. We had an incredibly successful year with both parent participation and fundraisers. Our PTO meetings were well attended. It's the first year that myself and the co-president have been leading, and we're already starting the plans for next year. And just as a first timer, it's been a pretty incredible year, and it's our 5th year at Taylor. So I've kind of seen what's been going on, and I think we're just moving in a really positive direction.
Do you guys meet during the day or in the evening as a PTO?
For PTO? Usually it's like the second or third Thursday, 7 p.m.
So you're doing evening, and are you doing Zoom or in person?
In person, Yep. We have childcare. So it's beginning of the year, they're really, really well attended, and as it gets towards the holidays, it drops off a little bit, and towards the end of the year, it drops off. But I was pleasantly surprised at the number of people not only coming, but actively participating and, bringing different ideas. And I think it helps we raffle off a gift card, but
Yeah.
it's been great. So I think 7 o'clock is going to be our time probably for next year as well.
Well, thank you all for everything you do. Does
Mr.
anyone
Chair,
have any-
can I, just 1 second, I just wanted to interject. There's Burrell and Igo that are missing in PTO.
Yes.
I'm an Igo alum parent.
From the Ahern.
What?
PAC from
And
the
the PAC
Ahern.
from the Ahern. That's right. So I'm an alum from the Igo. I'm an alum from the Ahern PAC. And currently I babysit my grandniece and nephew, and I'm very involved in the Burrell School and the Igo School now, teaching enrichment. So I just wanted to say and just call you all out for a quick second on everything you do, because it's wonderful. This calendar of events that you just gave us is amazing, and everything that you said that you're doing at the Taylor. And what I see, just as somebody on the outside now, back in the events that they do, the emails, the reminders, the mindfulness, not to mention the budgetary impacts that we do see, and that does come across the desk of what our responsibilities are. But I just wanted to say I do understand how much time and effort goes into that. Those calendars, they just don't put themselves together. It takes so much work and so much thought. And with that being said, it's wonderful work. It's a lot of fun. You make lifelong friendships in whenever you get involved in any of these organizations as a parent, and it's great for the kids. It's just so wonderful. I want to thank you all for being here, but I wanted to give a shout out to the IGO and the borough, because now I'm seeing the other end of things and seeing the emails and seeing the effort. It's just happening, and I remember it when we were at the PAC, when we were at the Ahern, and I'm sure it's going on there, and I just wanted to just take a second and give a shout out to every parent who gets up and spends their precious time and effort that go directly into our schools and directly to our students. And I just want to recognize the elementary schools and thank them for all the enrichment opportunities. You all work so hard to give our students. That's like direct service to the students. So I just wanted to say thank you very much to everyone here and not here. Thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions?
I want to add something. The high school should have a PAC or PTO. All the other schools do, but the high school doesn't.
Well, it's another conversation for another day.
Yeah. We actually have an active group of parents and guardians that have been doing a lot at the high school in the last few years. So they may not be organized as like the PAC or the PTO, but we have a group
like
that
Teacher
have been doing a
Appreciation
lot.
Week?
Yes, that and more. That and more.
Senior Week.
So we've been very fortunate to have them for the entire district. And I think it's important to mention, especially to the five of you, that we are only successful because of our principals and our director of student services. The amount of times that I'm throwing an email at Corey or Christine at the last minute and say, get this out today, please. Or the amount of times, are you going to help us with this? Or how many times we've sent something to the principals, can you get this in your newsletter? And I have never once had someone give me a hard time, say no. And I think 99.9% of the time it's out when we ask. And this is secondary to their job, right? They have a very full job of running their school. So that's impressive too. So I want to make sure the five of you guys know that.
For sure. We're very fortunate with a great administration.
Yeah, I just want to say the CPAC, you guys do such a great job. Taylor PTO does great too, but I just wanted to make sure that more parents know that the CPAC is there, because once you get into that special education realm, there's a whole lot of jargon. People are doing it every single day, so they speak that different language, and there's a lot to sort of get your head around, because there's also state regulations and then the town rules and everything else, and it's very overwhelming at first, and CPAC is a great resource just for parents to talk to other parents, because they're more likely to have similar experiences in terms of how to navigate certain things. So I think it really is, everybody needs to know that CPAC is there, especially the elementary age parents. Like if anything starts happening with a 504 or an IEP, that they should definitely be aware of CPAC being there for a resource.
Thank you for saying that too, because a lot of times parents hear special educate, it's anyone with a 504 and IEP. Yeah. Stop period at the end. So great resources.
We're 12 years into this, and I'm still learning. And I think I finally got my IEPs figured out with the terminology. 12 years in, but it's a lot.
Well, the state came out with a new document now for almost 2 years. The transition to a whole new state document.
And you provided a little bit of input into some of that.
Yeah, I was really invested in that 2 years ago.
Yeah, you did. You did a good job.
Anyone else?
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank
you very much.
Moving on to the next agenda item, which is the dugout softball Native American imagery discussion from the Softball Booster Club. So just as they're coming on up here, just some clarification. So this was brought to me as the chair by request of a member as well as some community members. And after speaking with administration and council, this is something that the school committee does need to, vote on and approve. So today it's on the agenda as informational only and for a discussion, and then if it's the will of the committee, it'll be back on the agenda at the next meeting for a vote.
the picture?
That's Adam, yeah.
Do we want to present the picture first?
It's up on the
It's
screen.
up.
Oh, how about them apples?
I brought a live version.
All right.
Well, my name is Joanne Kloss, and I have a athlete, wherever she is, somewhere here on the softball team. And I'm here on behalf of the Varsity Softball Booster Club and the athletes to request approval to paint the back of one of the dugouts with a Foxborough softball design. So we're super excited about that. Our softball program may be small in numbers, but it's incredibly strong in heart, dedication, and achievement. The varsity team has won the Hockomock Davenport Division title 4 years in a row, and it's an accomplishment that reflects the hard work, commitment, and pride these female athletes bring to our community and school. When you walk onto many athletic fields, you immediately see visible signs of school pride and team identity. And unfortunately, when you walk onto our softball field, tucked behind the back of the school, there's very little that reflects the accomplishment, spirit, and value of our girls' program. The field lacks the kind of visual representation that tells our athletes, this matters, you matter, and this is your home. This request is more about paint on a dugout. It's about creating an environment where our female athletes feel valued, empowered, and proud of what they've built together. It's about giving current players something to rally around together, and also aspiring young athletes when they come to the games and dream of wearing that varsity uniform. Painting the softball design would aid in creating pride in our program and strengthening school spirit, and present and welcome a unified image when opposing teams visit our field. It would show that Foxborough celebrates and supports girls' athletics with the same enthusiasm and visibility as any other sport. Our Booster Club is committed to supporting this effort responsibly and respectfully, and so we want to show the girls that they matter and give them a field that they can feel proud to call home. So we truly believe approving this request would be a home run for our athletes, our program, and our community. So can we paint the dugout is our request. So we had it designed. Adam?
So I was approached by the team to put the logo up on the dugout, and my wife does murals, fortunately. And what they wanted is they wanted the logo plus Foxborough softball. I gave that idea to my wife, and she took it to another level, of course, and to really, really make it shine and make it really stand out.
Yeah. Some designs, obviously, where you want to change the ball to reflect a softball, just minimal, but, and it's behind the away dugout, so when you come to the field, that's what you immediately see. It just represents that it's the girls' team. Yeah.
When Adam came to us with that, like I said, I just wanted to get the logo up to show, Foxborough pride. And when he came back with that, everyone was amazed by the design. And, coming around that corner and seeing this would be something special.
As a player, I feel like it just adds character to our field and allows us to feel like this is more of a home rather than just a place where we can play.
Does anyone have any questions or comments?
Had an idea. If you could list your league championships on there, so it says league champions and then have the years listed. Hopefully you can get some state championships to put on there
I
as
know,
well.
we're trying. We made it to the playoffs again, right?
Yes.
Kate?
No pressure.
Yeah.
So I think it looks awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
And my question would be, how is this going to get funded? Is this going to get funded by the boosters, or would you be?
Yes, it's by the boosters. Yeah, 100%.
Does anyone else have any questions? Thoughts?
My understanding, and I'm just asking, was that the idea was the use of the logo was being phased out on the field so that if anything needed to be replaced, it would be taken away. So how does that impact if we're actually adding more? Like, was it not the understanding that at the Ahern field that as things fell into disrepair, they would not be replaced?
with the vote that was completed a year ago, with those being phased out, then now with the vote with it not being prohibited, then it would not be prohibited as far as if they're painting that on there. That's up to the school committee for that vote. As a reminder, it is not the official logo. So I think that's one of the pieces. Most places we have, it's the F or FPS or Foxborough that's written on those different places. So it's not the official logo, but it is certainly in certain places. But it is up to the school committee, because the statutory right, when we think of facilities, is something that the school committee has oversight of for facilities. So that's why it's a vote before you.
Well, it's not before us yet.
Right, it being requested to be before the school committee for that reason.
Okay.
Because, we have, it's Warriors, the F, we have all of those things in all those different places, but where it's not just painting blue or gold or something to that effect. But as far as official logos, it never actually was an official logo.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments from the committee? Would the committee be interested in this being on the next agenda for a formal vote and continued discussion?
Yeah, I would say so, for an action required for the approval. We have to wait till next one anyway, right? Because it wasn't on the...
Yeah, it would be at the next meeting if the committee is interested in having it on the agenda. And we can continue the discussion then and vote on it. Sounds good. So that's the plan. Thank you for coming.
Thank
You'll be
you.
on the
Thank you.
agenda next meeting.
Good luck.
Good luck in the playoffs.
Do we know we're playing yet?
We got a bye, so we're just waiting for the two teams to play, and then we figure out
Playing
which.
tomorrow night,
Yeah.
So would that be
after
early
tomorrow
next
night.
week?
We'll
Yeah,
probably
hopefully.
We'll probably play Sunday. We're looking at probably
Yeah.
Sunday, and then we'll have 2 home games, and then,
So
you on
Sunday
the
would
other
be a home
side?
game, is what you're saying?
Yes.
should be.
Yes, so come
All right.
on and cheer us on.
What time? Oh, you don't even know the
We
time
don't
yet,
know
right?
Yeah.
You don't even know the time yet, right?
No, we don't, right now, everything's kind of up in the air with the game has to be played on Friday.
Right.
Yeah, they
And
just.
depending on the school we play,
Is Dayton Rehoboth on the other side of the bracket?
They are.
Okay.
They are. We can be-
Thankfully.
We can be. You got it. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome.
luck.
Good luck. Good luck.
Moving on.
No
to
worries.
Moving on to the next agenda item is the superintendent's update.
All right, so it was mentioned before, yesterday's Unified Field Day was awesome. The weather cooperated. It was perfect. Thank you, Michelle, for being there with CPAC as well. I know some of the thank yous were mentioned, but I also just want to reiterate Colleen Foley at the Borough and all the work that she's done every year to pull that together. Our Foxborough High School Best Buddies that were there with our students. We had over 200 students that were there with Norton Public Schools coming over. They're very thankful that we've continued to host. And in addition to Best Buddies and Colleen, our wellness department head, CJ Neely, as well as Linda Poinamani, one of our wellness elementary teachers, Corey Michaelazik, Rose Ferraro from the Student Services Office. We had so many other parents and guardians that were there for volunteers. We truly could not do that. They were there volunteering. They were there to cheer on our athletes, which was fantastic. Our AD, Mr. Cusack, was there and helpful. Dr. Donovan, he was running, doing the microphone, running the to get food back and forth. He just, you talk about all in, all of them, him as well. Blade, the mascot, was there. I can't imagine how hot it was in that suit. Carl Fuller, our Assistant Director of Facilities, he had a drone doing a lot of pictures that were there, so we got some great pictures. Foxborough Police Department, all of our SROs were there, which was awesome. But most importantly, it was just our kids had a great day. And just seeing the buddies working with our students at the same time, and just whether it was the games or any of the actually athletic events, it was awesome. I mean, you're just talking about filling your bucket. It was awesome. So, again, I hope I didn't forget anybody, but there were so many people that made it happen.
You forgot me.
And Joe was there as well. Yes, he was not there as an official volunteer, I don't think, yesterday, because he's volunteering for everything. So.
Right, I understand that they want to give it to the best buddies in the high school student, like Link Row, because they're the priority. I just like to go there and spectate.
Yes, so it was a great event, right, Joe?
Yep, and I helped Miss Ferraro and Miss Foley bring buckets back and forth, although I did.
We can always count on you to help, so thank you for your help, too.
Thank you.
As far as athletes, we heard about softball. We're waiting to see who they play. We've also, the girls, did they?
They won.
Okay, all right. So that's awesome with tennis. And then the boys play tennis tomorrow. We've got a number of games on Friday as well. So hosting a number of those with boys and girls lacrosse. Girls won last night, so they're playing, and boys are playing. And then the All-State meets coming up for track next week, I believe. So lots on the athletic side. Congratulations to our artists at the high school. It was great to have the art show back at the high school. And then we also have the art show that's going to be taking place tomorrow at the middle school before the 5th grade band course concert, excuse me. So having the art show before the 5th grade concert is great to be able to see both. So that starts at 5:30 and then the concert's at 6:30. We have our 6th grade STEM day that's taking place on Friday. So again, check the calendars. There's so many things that you don't want to miss. When we think about our PTOs and our PAC, there's so many field trips that are getting ready to take place, and that's thanks to all of the work that our PTOs and PAC support as well. And the other piece, we have graduation coming up on the 7th. So that'll be before our next meeting. And then the only other thing that I wanted to mention, I'm actually going to toss it over to Dr. Burrows for a moment too, is you may have seen last week with the press release from the Healy Driscoll administration and what was announced, and that was the approval of 41 new innovation career pathway programs, 36 high schools across the state, and we were one of them. So we've had our committee in place that you accepted a grant of $15,000 earlier, and now that getting this distinction will be eligible to apply going forward. So I'll throw it to you and let you give a little bit more information there from the work of the committee too.
Sure. So this has been a long process. There's been about 5 different grant applications that we have completed over the course of this past year, and we've also visited a number of community organizations to advertise the Innovation Pathways opportunity and gain some community volunteers. The manufacturing pathway that we're going to be launching in the upcoming school year, by earning this distinction, it qualifies us to get a great deal of grant money, so qualifies us to write yet another grant over the summer. And what that will do is it'll afford our kids with that opportunity to take some manufacturing specific courses like CNC machining and CAD, and then take advantage of internship opportunities in the local community. So we're really excited about that. It's the first of a number of pathways that we intend on continuing to build at the high school. And we had a wonderful committee. Dr. Donovan co-led that work with me, and Mr. Servideo is going to talk a little bit more in depth next school committee meeting about the course offerings and what might change. But he was also on that committee as well, and Dr. Macharnik, our science department head, helped a great deal as well, as long as a number of staff members in the science department as well helped with that. So it was a very long process, lots and lots of grants. We're very excited about this distinction, and it's going to be exciting. It's really going to help transform our high school and the opportunities for kids.
Anything else? That's it. Thank you. The next agenda item is the school committee student representatives report, but unfortunately they could not be here today, so we wish them good luck with the rest of the year. The next agenda item is the world language curriculum review.
Okay, so I will get us started just for a minute, and then I will kick it over to our World Language Curriculum Review team, or representatives of that team. So this is our second curriculum review of the school year. We had 2 running this year. You saw the last one at the last meeting. So for the World Language Review, it's a similar process. You'll notice some common themes here. You have a memo a report and a copy of tonight's presentation in your packet. Tonight's presentation is it's a summary of everything that you will find in the report. That report will be posted on the district website for anyone to view after tonight's presentation. If you take a look at the memo, there is really only one item that we need the school committee's vote on this evening. That item is a French text at the high school. We were not in need of replacing texts at any other grade level. And the team is going to talk a little bit more in depth about why and about the things that they researched and uncovered and recommendations that they have coming out of the review. So I will hand it over to them.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Christine Smith, and I'm the World Language Department Chair for grades 1 through 12. I'm going to ask my colleagues and curriculum review committee members to introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Zach Diorsi, middle school Spanish teacher.
And I'm Holly Parsons, IGO Spanish teacher.
So they are gracious enough to come here this evening and help share the work that we did this past year. I'm going to start tonight with just, you have our presentation and you've had a chance to look at everything. On this page here, besides the members of the committee, we have our values of the Foxborough World Language Department, linguistic and cultural proficiency, global citizenship, and exploration, creativity, and joy. That is something that we created as a 1 through 12 department in October of 2023 on a professional development day. And we're really proud of the work we did that day. We came up with a vision statement, our values, and like I said, I think it's really representative of what we do. On the next slide, we're going to talk about proficiency. I'm going to hand it over to Zach.
So as a K-12 department, we really emphasize teaching for proficiency. Proficiency is that real-world application of using the language. I think back to how I learned Spanish back in middle school, and even back to how I started teaching when I started in Foxborough in 2014. Things have changed so much in the last 12 years. For the better. So with that focus on proficiency and acquisition-driven instruction, it's real-world application of the language in real-world situations so that kids are actually using the language instead of just memorizing.
Right. And next up we have Holly to talk about the elementary program.
So I am the teacher at the IGO school, and we're really just trying to get kids pumped up about learning another language, being exposed to different cultures. At that level, Spanish is one of their specials, so my competition is their wellness classes, their art classes, their music classes, so I feel like I'm like on stage all day, like the one-man show for 40 minutes as 6 different groups of kids rotate in and out of the class. And it's so amazing what they can do and what they can pick up at that age. I spent the first 10 years of my career teaching middle school, and it's fun, but they are a little bit more self-conscious and struggle with it. I did my master's thesis on how the United States has like language learning flipped upside down. And the more focus we can do at the elementary level, the stronger and the faster the kids will be able to build their skills. Like I am amazed by, these are 3rd graders, and they're writing 3 sentences from a story. En la casa hay un perro, se llama Fred, le gusta mirar la tele. And they're writing that like without even thinking twice about it. So they're playing like a little mind reading game here, and like each kid circled one of the 3 sentences, and they can like read each other's mind and guess which sentence it is. They're like blown away. But like in the meantime, they wrote like an 8-year-old is writing a small paragraph in Spanish. So we have again changed a lot in the last few years, and we teach not by being like, here's 10 sports you can say, here's 10 foods you can say. Like we just only teach through stories, and the kids get super into it. They only ever hear the stories in Spanish. So I'm just like totally amazed how easily they take to it. And it's just like I tell them, I grew up in Medfield, and I'm like, at the end of this day, I'm like, do you guys think I could have done this in 3rd grade? And they're like, yeah, you're a Spanish speaker. I'm like, I knew no Spanish until 6th grade. So it's just like, it's really amazing that there is that emphasis on keeping the elementary program here in Foxborough.
Great, thank you. Middle school?
So middle school, a little bit of a different animal, as Holly kind of referenced. And even the middle school itself, you almost have two different animals in itself. You have My World down in 5th and 6th grade, and then you have the 7th and 8th grade where Spanish finally becomes that core academic everyday class. My job in 5th and 6th grade is to try to bridge that gap from Holly, continue that excitement while recognizing that the kids are growing into their personalities and their middle school self-doubt, while also by using things like student voice and choice and creating like lots of opportunities for students to own their learning, to keep that interest in learning a new language. So we really, really emphasize at all levels at the middle school taking risks in your language class, because that is the only way you're going to learn. We start really emphasizing getting to know proficiency levels and getting to know what a speaker at the target level for whatever grade level is supposed to be able to do, because it's natural. You have these 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th graders who are starting to produce amazing work in all of their classes, and they feel like they're only able to do so much in Spanish. But that's natural because they've only had their language class, whether it's Spanish or French, which they have the opportunity to switch to in 7th grade. They've only had that a limited amount of minutes. So of course, they're not able to produce at the level of their native language, but also we're not asking them to do that. So it's all about building up that confidence and minimizing the fear of risk so that their proficiency can continue to grow.
Awesome, thank you. And at the high school, we continue to create a sense of community in the classroom so students feel safe to take risks. And at the high school level, there's the opportunity to reach the intermediate and advanced levels of proficiency. We have begun testing all 10th graders actually so that they can get some feedback on where they're at on their proficiency journey, and hopefully encourage them to continue their study of a language for 3 or 4 years and to achieve the seal of biliteracy. They also have a choice in grade 9 to begin studying American Sign Language. So we have 3 languages offered at the high school. We have many opportunities at the high school as well to use their language in real life situation, whether it be through community outreach or international travel, or maybe having a speaker come in. So there's a lot of good things happening there through the honor societies and the extracurricular clubs that we have, etc.
I love that picture. The top left is very recently. I feel like that was like a highlight this year. We had some high school students come to my classroom of 3rd graders and talk to them about like what a study abroad program is, and they did like a really cheesy skit, and my students were like dying, and they're begging to have the high schoolers like come back and watch them perform their Spanish skit. So it was like a really nice connection between the schools.
Yeah, that was done by our World Language Club and the advisor Jess Scanlon at the high school, along with Holly's help. Excellent. So the next couple of slides, I think, are not unique to us. They take place in all of the curriculum reviews, the process, the equity assessment. I can highlight a few things from our equity assessment that kind of stood out to us. Strengths, for example, our curriculum, under the standards and curriculum development, our curriculum focuses on linguistic proficiency. We find that to be a strength and being aligned to the state frameworks. And then at the last one, the curriculum strategies, our emphasis is on communication and inclusion, and a focus on standards-based practices. As I know, Zach is using standards-based report card in the elementary school, and I know that wasn't a big leap for him because we do already use standards-based practices when we provide feedback. Our opportunities for growth, a couple of that really stood out to us. Also under the standards and curriculum development was the need to develop end-of-year benchmarks. I think that's something that's going to really help this 1 through 12 department align. Also under instructional strategies, we talked a lot about the desire for more differentiation in instructional strategies so that we can reach all of our students. And we also have to respond under academic placement to the shifting enrollment trends in Spanish and French. And as Zach mentioned, it's probably no surprise that a lot of students, when given the opportunity to make a choice to change languages, they, in some years, a lot of students will make that choice, and in other years, they don't. So we have a real ebb and flow as to our numbers, that sometimes ASL is super popular, sometimes it's French, and sometimes it's Spanish. So that presents a challenge for us. So that's why that is under our opportunities for growth. We have our goals that we identified. Again, you've seen these. We did some research. In particular, we took the time to research some differentiation strategies for instruction. And we also took the time to really go through the Mass State frameworks. Since our last curriculum review, it was in 2020. The new frameworks came into play in 2021. So we took this opportunity to really look at the guiding principles and see how we aligned. So our first focus area, our curriculum, is ensuring curriculum alignment with the Massachusetts curriculum frameworks for world language programs, the guiding principles, and Foxborough Public Schools' vision of a graduate. A couple of things here just to highlight. Again, you've had a chance to read these. Is the second one, ensuring curriculum and unit design includes an equal emphasis on reading, writing, speaking, and listening throughout the program. That's something that really we feel strongly about, and we feel like those end-of-year benchmarks will help us achieve that. And I guess that's the last one on the page, again, is the idea of establishing those end-of-course benchmarks. Our second focal area is instruction, strengthening instructional practices through research-based approaches aligned to the guiding principles for world language programs. Again, with the first one here, you can see that we reiterate the idea of, really focusing on all 4 skills in our entire program. I mentioned differentiated instruction, again, so that, everyone's really eager to find some new strategies to engage all of our students. And we talked about using questioning strategies to help us engage all of our students. And of course, let me go back one. And on this page, we have the alignment to aligning our instructional practices to the vision of the graduate. We started talking about that as a district this year as well, talking about self-reflection and how we all do that at the different levels. Our third focal area, community communication, meeting communication and enrollment challenges within world languages. We've talked a little bit about some of these. Obviously, it's important to have our curriculum maps up on the website. We really think it's important to increase the communication around the seal of biliteracy. This is something that students can achieve by the time they graduate. And it uses the ELA MCAS score, actually, that they take in 10th grade, as well as another proficiency test in either a language they've learned here in Foxborough, either ASL, French or Spanish, or it can be a heritage language, a language that they're speaking at home. So we have a couple of students that are actually have received the seal of biliteracy in 2 languages, the one they've learned here in Foxborough and their home language. So it's really exciting to see students be able to be proud of what they can do, what they're learning at home and doing at home. Let's see. Our next one. Ooh. We also talked a lot as a group about that first one up there, supporting families and understanding, and about proficiency levels and progression in language acquisition. And I think Zach kind of did that earlier this evening, and Holly as well, just kind of talking about what students can do at the different levels, and how it's really changed since the last time we did a curriculum review. And lastly, I believe, is as we also mentioned, that ebb and flow of numbers addressing the shift in language, world language enrollment. We're always going to have numbers are never going to be even, and it is a challenge that it's beginning to impact the high school, actually, that we have a little bump in French in the middle school. So that's just a challenge we always face, to try to find certified teachers who maybe can do both French and Spanish, or ASL and Spanish, or ASL and French. But it's something that we are always working on. And that would be it for the recommendations that I'd like to highlight. That brings us to our timeline here, that we have a 3-year timeline on implementing these recommendations. And, we're really looking forward to diving into some of these in the next few years. And the only thing we really seek approval for, I believe, tonight is the budget implication of this textbook for the French program. Any questions?
Does anyone have any questions or comments on the board?
I did have a question. There is an option as well for like the online for other languages, right? Or is that outside of?
No. Yeah, no.
Okay.
Anyone else? Well, thank you for all the hard work. This is obviously not a 20-minute presentation's worth of work. This is countless hours and months and years of work combined. So thank you to the three of you and everyone else involved for all the hard work on this. I'll entertain a motion.
I would like to make a motion to approve the purchase of a French textbook for grades 9 through 12 at the cost of $20,000.
I second.
All in favor? It'll be 500. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving on to our next agenda item is the Wellness Committee update.
Just waiting for CJ. He should be coming in momentarily, but we can get started without him. We put him last because he doesn't have a matching T-shirt. Although I told him to wear. No, I told him.
Is he going to get his T-shirt?
He didn't want to wear a T-shirt. He wanted to be dressy tonight, so I said, "You do you."
He's missing out.
I think
Totally
you
missing
win
out.
the best uniform of the coordinated uniform of the year for presenters.
We like to match.
Name to please.
Right. Want to start? Okay.
Yeah.
Go to the next
All
slide.
right, great.
Do I have it? Oh my gosh.
I don't see it.
Do I just do the middle?
Do you want to introduce yourselves?
Oh, sure. I've been here so many years. I feel like everyone should.
Yeah, I think we know everybody.
Hi, I'm Jen Rosenberg. I'm the school nurse leader and the Ahern nurse also.
Amy Muldowney, Community Wellness Coordinator.
And Janice Watt, Food Service Director.
And CJ will be here momentarily. Which way do I go? Do you know? No.
Jen, point it back towards the window, and then that'll advance.
Other window.
Back where Mike, where the.
That's a lot of windows.
Recording.
Yeah, Dr. Word.
Oh, he said
We'll
he'll
do it.
change it.
She's just buying time for CJ.
Right.
So we are here tonight as the Wellness Committee. We meet several times a year with lots of representatives from the community. Michelle is part of our Wellness Committee, Dr. Bertos, as well as the YMCA. And what we do is we come together as folks from all different disciplines to try and advance basically wellness in our community. And the first thing that we wanted to share with you tonight is just last week we try to have events each year. And we had our first event or event of the year, which was Richard Gary came and spoke to us about digital mindfulness and digital wellness. And what we found as we've been having these discussions over the last few years is even though we come from different backgrounds, different areas that we're working in, whether it's food services, physical health, mental health, physical education, it almost always comes back to this digital conversation because folks are getting all of their information on these topics from that source, has a big influence on the choices that everybody's making. So this was a really great opportunity for us as a group to be able to have that sort of common idea that we want to share with folks of it's not that we're ever replacing technology. I think we've all gotten over that idea. It's that we need to be using it responsibly. We need to be using it in a way that is increasing our quality of life and not decreasing our quality of life. So Richard was with us last week. It was wonderful because the Norfolk County DA's office funded that. They had a grant that they were doing presentations this spring. And I think the best part of it is there is a QR code and a website there that our entire community can access to watch the presentation if they weren't there that evening, and a ton of resources about the things that he talked about. Both Jen and Janice were there hearing his message too.
We had a low turnout. low meaning one parent and
And
a
child.
student. But at the same time, we're glad that we were able to do this, and I think that one parent got a lot out of it as well as her student. And it's worth a watch if you have an hour. I think it's about an hour, but even for the resources. But it's something that we've been kind of focusing on the last couple of years, so I'm glad that we were able to do this presentation for the community. And it's a busy time of year, and we say that all the time, so we're hoping in the fall to bring Richard back to do some presentations for our students, because I think they would get a lot out of it, what he has to say.
Now, if I remember from what Richard shared with us last week, this is not just his presentation. There's also podcasts and resources and articles and helpful things that parents can use to talk with their kids about cyber safety, cyber cruelty. And I think he also recommended that parents maybe preview the presentation beforehand, before watching it with their younger children.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I don't know if you were going to remember to say that or not, but.
Were you the one parent?
I am a parent, but I was not the one parent.
Yeah. And the website's really great. There's lots of information. It's well labeled. It'll be up for 90 days, which means it's going to be there all summer. Hopefully, some folks will have time to take a breath and maybe access those resources if things are a little slower for them. And also, we know technology use tends to get a little more significant during the summer for some of our students. So I think it's a good time to have that. And if we're able to have him back in the fall, it'll be updated and it'll be extended. So we'll have more access to it as a community.
Yeah, all students really need to listen to this presentation. My mind was blown.
It was actually, it was kind of scary to listen to some of the stuff about, like, just, the fact that there's really no privacy settings, like, and some of the stories he told. He actually, definitely, we had a fourth grader in the audience, so he was very mindful of that. So some of the stories he, didn't share. But I think for the high school students, he'll include those, and they need to hear them, because it's the reality of where we, the world that we're living in right now.
Their digital signature is just, it's there forever.
Nathan, you grew up in, right, this world, right?
It's a crazy world.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, we.
Oh, hi. Oh, there we go. So, biggest restaurant in town is still cranking away. We're doing, on average, 1,800 lunches a day and 650 breakfasts a day. So that's thrilling for me. We're fully staffed, thank goodness, because that's a lot of food that we move. We are awaiting the federal guidance for what the definition of ultra processed food is, because that's something the administration is focusing on. And in conjunction with that, they're looking to reduce sugar and sodium on the breakfast, and we have to have be meeting those guidelines by July of 27. So, we're waiting to see the manufacturers complying with these guidelines. So I don't think it'll be a problem, but that change is coming, and that's a good thing. Equipment, oh my gosh. We bought so much equipment this year. It was phenomenal. State-of-the-art combi ovens and dishwashers and new serving line at Taylor, new calf tables at Foxborough High, merchandisers, steamers, a new floor surfacing at Ahern. So we did so much work last year. I hope to buy a few more pieces next year, just to keep investing in the program. We bought an excellent refrigerated delivery van. we food service catered the Special Olympics yesterday, and it was a dream to have that piece of equipment to, because we're serving like 300 kids, to be able to move the food so easily, professionally, and, it's the appropriate way to move food because, we move food between the schools and the districts. So, the fact that it can be refrigerated, or if ever we lose power in a cooler or whatever, we can store it in this van and plug it in. So it's a nice little perk of that. We had some chef-led training by John Stalker Institute in August for the Foxborough High School staff, and our new cook manager, Caitlin Knoll, is going to culinary boot camp next week. It's 5 days, so it's chef-led. They help make strides in more scratch cooking. It's hands-on labs, demos. It's 36 hours, and then it's kind of a train-the-trainer program. So, if we want to get away from ultra-processed food, we need to do more scratch cooking. So, that is a goal that I've had with my staff. We used to do a lot of it before COVID, but then COVID happened. So we're trying to head back in that direction. And then lastly, food recovery. I've been looking for places to donate food. I mean, we don't have a lot to donate, but there are times right before vacations where we may have like extra milk or extra produce. So I found this foodrecovery.org website, which you post, I have 50 pounds of carrots or whatever, and people from the community bid for it, and, it's used and distributed to people in need. So that's what we've done this year. Next slide is just some of the pictures of our, up top, that's our new falafel lunch that we started a Mediterranean bar at the high school. We had polled the kids, and that's what they wanted, so it's kind of like kava. But then when I posted it on Facebook, some parents said, elementary and middle, can you bring this to those schools? So I came up with this, and it was a hit there. So it's great to have a plant-based falafel with wheat pita chips, and so we're excited about that. But there's our snazzy van and our new merchandisers and new tables. So thank you.
Next slide. I probably start my presentation off every year saying about the nurses in the district, how awesome they are. We have a great team of nurses, and I couldn't be prouder of just how they work so well together. I think when I came to this district 11 years ago, I felt like everyone was kind of on their own island, and we've just become so close as a unit, and I'm really proud of that. This year, again, we focused on some flu clinics, again, with the Board of Health, who I continue to love partnering with. We did 4 of them. The first 2 were pretty successful. I think as we moved on, I think most people had already gotten their vaccines. So next year we may do it a little bit earlier and space it out a little bit different, just so that we can get the most. But we were able to do staff and full families, so that was excellent that we were able to do that. We also, for the first time, had the Commonwealth Mobile Oral Health Services Program. It's a dental program that offers exams and services to students who have not been able to access healthcare and dental care. It was super successful, so proud of the turnout. We ended up, 54 students were able to access dental services, and they came twice this year, so it was awesome. We're already in the works for next year to re-up the program, so I'm excited about that. So professional development this year, the state came down with some changes in medication delegation. So we worked a lot on that and just making sure that we were cohesive and we were aligning with the regulations that the state has changed. So we're still in that process, but we're making headway. There's a lot of changes as far as emergency medicines that we can delegate now. So we're working on that with Dr. Bertos and the staff. So that was exciting. and it's just now that we have more students that have emergency medications that are required, it's nursing staffing has been having to like sometimes cover after school, in which they've been awesome to stepping up and making sure that these kids are being able to participate in the after school activities. For professional development, which was kind of exciting, we had a lice educator come out, which I know everyone doesn't get excited about, but we got super excited about because we learned a lot. It actually, after meeting with this woman, she's from Norwell, she owns her own business. She's been picking nits out of people's hair for 20 years, and she loves it, and she's very passionate about it. It actually, we reevaluated our lice letter that goes home, and we're going to make some changes to it because we need to update it, and some things have changed. But we thought about just like staff, and this woman would probably be really good to like talk to staff, because I know when there's a case of lice in the classroom, generally there's a little bit of a panic that goes on. So she put us all at ease. We actually all felt like we could just pick nits out of people's hair and not be gowned up and she was so calming. Like, she made it sound like it was just not a big deal. So I think it was a good message for a lot of people to maybe hear. And then what else are we doing? I think one of the biggest thing is this access to care is that moving forward, we're going to really work on making sure that students are getting the access that they need. And lastly, on a professional and personal level, I finished my master's program, which I'm very excited about. I got an MED with a concentration in school nurse education. So I'm hoping to use all the things that I learned as far as best practices and bring it to the district. So finish that in March. Yeah, thank you. So it's been a good year. Next year I will come with pictures, because I didn't know that we were adding pictures to the slide this year. So I'm going to start my picture taking early.
Of nits.
Of nits.
Not everything.
Right.
Okay, so looks like I'm sorry for my abrupt entrance there. I was just dropping my son off and I ran in the door, but I do want to say it's been an unbelievable year for the wellness department. Our teachers, to echo, kind of what Jen said, our teachers are fantastic, and they do a really good job in the buildings. And every time you go in, they make you want your child to be in that class. You're excited about what's going on in the room, the exposure to activity. The health lessons are done in a way, especially at the Ahern. I went to multiple health lessons this year where I left, and I had to write each teacher just a great job note about how well they handled difficult questions. So just want to give everyone a really great shout out in the beginning as well. But one of the things that, aside from the things that went through our curriculum review that we attacked this year, was trying to get wellness outside of the classroom as well. So we have a lot of events and a lot of things that went from, like I said, the teachers are doing a great job in the room, but each school had at least one or two major big events that unified the whole school with wellness. So, the elementary schools, they always have their jump off events. One of them, the only one that didn't go down this year, was the borough, just due to some absentee. Julie had been out for a little bit and it just wasn't going to make sense. But all the schools do a jump off event, which is a hula hoop and jump rope contest, basically, or celebration of cardiovascular fitness, which is great every year. Linda Portamani at the IGO ran this basketball ball handling cultural celebration day, which was pretty cool. So she had synchronized, I don't know if you've seen any of the stuff online if you're on there, but synchronized dribbling along with music, and had all the kids in front of the school performing with some basketball dribbling activities, which was really fun to watch. And Linda's Puerto Rican, and she's really, really excited about that culture, so she brought a lot of her salsa music in. Me being basically, trans Puerto Rican, I've basically adopted that as my own race here, with my wife being a Puerto Rican woman and spending so much time there. I really appreciated that as well. So that was great. But going forward, the middle school did a great job. They had a school-wide pickleball tournament, which we actually have at the high school as well. But Scott Foley got a grant through USA Pickleball, which provided us with a ton of free rackets, paddles, and balls, and just different equipment for the class, which was all paid for by USA Pickleball. So great job by Scott on that. There were some additions to health class, as far as One Love is something we use at the high school during our Senior Safe Choice Day. That's an organization that just focuses on healthy relationships. And they brought some of those, they had some mini exercises and activities that were more middle school appropriate that they brought to the middle school health classes, which was great, which will then segue nicely into the Senior Safe Choice Day that we do every year. That's really kind of taken off. Amy's been huge with that. The two of us have kind of spent a lot of time building that over the years. And this year we got to bring in Anthony Fertitta, former Foxborough student, to come speak about, he actually went through a really difficult time. He had been stabbed on a train in Boston and talked about his battle back from all the different injuries he's had, his use of his hand not being the same as it was, and still being able to be a success, and kind of talked to all of our students about, he was our keynote for the year. We had two keynotes actually, but we used Minding the Mind for another one. But Anthony coming back, it was great to have him talk to the kids and gifts. Honestly, kids were coming up giving him hugs afterwards, and it really meant a lot to him. It was his first time speaking publicly about this. He made a video and showed the video to the kids, about 12 minutes long, and then spoke for another 15 to 20 probably, and took some questions at the end, which was great. And that went along with our normal self-defense training from Personal Best, Narcan training, Stop the Bleed, healthy relationships. So it's really a great day of where the seniors go around. Just if you don't know what it is, the seniors go to like workshops throughout the day, and we have one where junior leaders lead the seniors in discussions about healthy relationships. So they watch a movie about abusive relationships, like a scenario, and then they go to the library, or the media center, and they sit in a circle, and the juniors lead the whole thing. So we train the juniors weeks before, and then they lead the seniors in peer-to-peer discussion, which is really nice. Our sports and society class made a trip to Fenway Park and TD Garden to tour the media areas, as well as brought in some players, a representative from the New England Revolution to talk about the youth sports pyramid. We also had our Heinrich Hustle. Again, it was our 8th year doing that. 307 participants, and we raised a lot of money. A lot of it went to the Special Olympics Unified Field Days, paid for the T-shirts that the kids were wearing. It'll also go to a scholarship in honor of Joe, who's actually, we're on his 10th year of being gone, which is crazy to think of, but it's really great that we've been able to keep Joe's name alive in town and really celebrate him every year. So we're really excited about the amount of participants that we get for the race. So 307 students and staff for a 2-mile race walk type thing. We got flag football grants this year. We got new flags, balls, and equipment for the high school. That was completely, again, free through the NFL. We expanded our own pickleball tournament, which we play at Payson. So we have in-class championships, and then the winners of each class got to play off at Payson. We got to use through the rec department. We reserved some time. Unfortunately, a couple seniors didn't get the message, so apologies if you're watching. We had to kind of bump them off the court as we showed up with our crowd, but it was a great day. There was a little standoff for a minute, but unfortunately, we had reserved the time, so we had to give them the boot. But other than that, we'll be doing our CPR training starting next week in health classes at the high school, and we had Joe D'Antona from the fire department in today, who was speaking to kids about first aid to kind of get us kicked off into that. So a lot of really cool things outside of the classroom from what we've been doing here, and then the classroom continues to be great.
Next slide. All right. So want to come from the lens of community wellness with some good news. I think all of you know that our mental health teams in Foxborough work incredibly hard every day, dealing with anything you can really imagine. And one of the things that has been a success for, I think, families this year, but also our mental health teams have felt really supported by, is we've implemented Care Solace. So that's similar to Interface that we've used in the past for referral management. But this is a little bit of a different platform. I know you've talked about it, school committee before, it's national. So, if you have college kids out on the West Coast or wherever it may be, you can access this service to find them behavioral health providers anywhere. It's 24/7. It has options for texting. It has options for phone calls. There's translation services built right in. And that's been really great to support families. It's been great for our mental health teams to be able to make what they call a warm handoff, to have that kind of immediacy. It goes to families pretty quickly. We have a dashboard that actually tells us how many hours of communication and time is saved by being able to use Care Solace. And I think one of the really bright spots that we've had is for what I would call like moderate behavioral health needs, there has been a lot more bandwidth in the community. We've definitely seen over the last year. There have been times that families have had choices between behavioral health providers, which if you were in this game 2 years ago, 3 years ago, over the past 6 years, that didn't used to exist, right? It was whoever came up on the list the first that had availability, you'd try them. If it was a good fit, you stayed. If not, so people have had more options between in-person and virtual, and I think to be able to meet those needs, especially for either like that individual therapy or even what we call partial hospitalization programs, like day programs, there seems to be a lot more availability in there. And again, people able to make choices about where you would want to, if you're in a hard moment with your family, being able to decide where you want to receive treatment, I think is a much better option than when folks were just, again, if it's opening, I'll try it. So that's definitely a bright light that we've had. We do still have, like what we call school distress. Erin Bose, Foxborough's own, came with her colleagues from PPAL and did a great PD presentation for some of our elementary counselors. Our folks who are still struggling are still struggling. And any sort of higher level or kind of outside of that typical inpatient psychotherapy treatment continues to be somewhat of a challenge. So families who are looking for what we call in-home therapy, which is clinicians that will go to your house and help work through some of those challenging moments for you guys as a family, that still can be quite a wait for folks, especially depending on insurance. But that's a really wonderful service for folks when they're struggling. So it's unfortunate that that's challenging for them. If we go to the next slide. The other area where we continue to see an incredibly tremendous need is some of our highest support needs students. So a lot of our students who are living on the autism spectrum, it's very difficult for them to access those in-home ABA services or even really targeted medical interventions and things like that. And that has been really, really discouraging. I have with me tonight Emily Howard, who is our newest DLC teacher from the borough. Colleen Foley was supposed to be here, but coming off with Emily, because they work together, but coming off of Special Olympics, she had a kid get sick, so she's unfortunately home doing that after all of the hard work she did. Emily and Colleen work with our students every day, and we are really, really striving to meet their needs here at school. But one of the frustrating pieces is we're not seeing that same capacity in the world around us. Foxborough sent a team to the Profound Autism Summit in Boston in April, which was an absolutely amazing conference with lots of vendors who were there and presentations and so much great knowledge. Colleen and Emily were there. Stephanie Whitehouse, one of our preschool teachers, myself and Rachel Moniz, the district BCBA. But one of the hardest things was we would talk to vendors like ABA providers and say, are you taking clients? And they'd say, absolutely. 2-year wait. 1-year wait, 3-year wait. The Laurie Center, which is an amazing provider for services for folks who are living with autism, they're not even accepting new clients. So here we are on the outskirts of Boston with all of these amazing resources kind of within reach, but not accessible for everyone. And then you add in other barriers that our families may face with transportation and insurance and things like that. So while we're seeing that kind of moderate range of behavioral health being able to get more for their families, we still know that a lot of our folks are really struggling with being able to meet daily needs and be supported in the way that we all really want for these kiddos. Because if you were at our Unified Field Day yesterday, you know how special all of our students are and that they deserve the world. So we are continuing to work towards that each day. Emily, Colleen, their staff, all of our related service providers, making sure that our students are getting the best of the best during the school day. And some of the shift in our work is how do we connect our students to the community in meaningful ways? And one of the things that just happened over the last few weeks is Emily and Colleen and their whole group, their staff and students, went on 2 field trips And if you go to the next slide, you'll see some very cute pictures. So that first one that you just saw was the Bridge Center, which is in Bridgewater, Massachusetts. They have been around for years and years. They were taken over by Easter seals over like the past decade. And they have an equine therapy facility, so many beautiful opportunities for everyone to be able to interact and participate with the animals. So one of our field trips was down there. And then the other field trip we took was to Kids in Motion in Attleboro, which is a new inclusive play space. So it kind of looks like that typical play space that maybe you visited with little kids in the past, but all of the equipment is, reinforced so that even folks up to 200 pounds, whoever you may be who wants to enjoy this equipment can do it. So we were there one Thursday, and then the next Thursday was the Bridge Center. And the real purpose behind this is we want to help our students build those meaningful connections to their community that they can increase their quality of life. We want our students to be seen, supported, and accepted. And the more we can practice with them being out there and providing those just right services, making sure that we're connecting to community resources that will support outside of the school day, outside of the school year, and even as our students are aging out beyond our K to 22, is really part of that work at this point. So lots of very, very cute, smiling folks. Emily, is there anything you wanted to add about the day-to-day?
No, I just want to say, this is my first year.
Microphone.
Oh, sorry. This is my first year in Foxborough, and it's been an absolute honor to get to work with Amy and Colleen. And building these field trips is just one way that we get to help our students experience the community. I know for them, it's really challenging to get out sometimes because their needs are so diverse and so intense. And so with these opportunities, we had the chance to go out with a ton of supporting staff. So our SLP Pam Bartolini came, our occupational therapist Alyssa Orlandi came, as well as Amy and some other staff. So they've really had so much fun. And to see the smiles on their face was just, we came back both trips and we're like, we can't wait to do that again. So I think moving forward, we hope to get more opportunities to have our students out in the community and even places within Foxborough so the community members can learn about them and their needs and they can be seen and supported both in school and outside of school, which I think is essential for their success.
I just want to add to one of the comments you had from one of the parents that said afterwards that they then felt more comfortable. I thought that was a huge piece, meaning with our opportunity taking the students, and then a parent said, you know what, I can do this. And so it kind of gave them that confidence to be able to see they'd be able to do this on their own too, which you can't underestimate the value there.
Yeah, and gave our families 2 new spots that they can feel comfortable traveling to, utilizing. The services at the Bridge Center are amazing. Kids in Motion Place was wonderful. They were so accommodating to us. Let us use the party room for lunches, even just eating outside of school or home. That was a great experience for the kids. There's also a possibility the adults had more fun than the kids.
Yes, we did have some of our staff on the trampolines with them, having fun, and so it was a really great day, and we were so glad to have that opportunity.
Thanks, Emily.
Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, so as far as next steps, I know Amy and I have talked all year about a lot of our committee work is usually bringing programs to the district, and we felt like this year we didn't do that, but then we were chatting and we said, well, we did other things, and the presentation showed the other things that we did. But I think for next year, we want to maybe go back to that, bringing some programming to the district. So we're going to talk about that in our first meeting with the Wellness Committee. We're going to get there. We try to squeeze in 4 meetings, so the earlier we can do. I know September is always so busy for everyone. And then Janice is working.
So we did submit our updated wellness policy to the policy subcommittee for first read, right? So looking forward to that.
It's not on the agenda for the first read, but the policy subcommittee has met over it twice. Okay. So I don't know if...
It was because town hall closes early on Friday, so we weren't out of the meeting on time for it, but we went through for it. So it'll be the first read next time.
Great. Awesome. Any questions or comments? Or?
I actually have a question for Amy. Are there any plans? You talked about the presenter who came in to speak about the digital safety. Are there any plans for that to be offered in a school assembly? Because it sounds like really valuable content.
Yes, we had talked about potentially having him back in the fall. It's just, the grant timeline we were on was for this spring, and it's such a busy time of year in all of our buildings that we just couldn't eke it out. But we also feel like it would be great timing to do it in the spring as we're setting expectations for the school year. And the fall,
Yeah,
sorry.
no, I know. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying.
Right.
We're dressed alike.
Yeah, exactly.
That if we do it in the fall, it'll be good timing as we're setting the expectations and folks are getting ready for holiday gifts and
Awesome.
things.
Thank you for all your work and all your efforts. Always. A lot of it goes behind the scenes, but it's definitely not unnoticed, and it's definitely appreciated. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I was just going to say, I love that you guys still have the event for Coach Heimerker. He was such an amazing human being. So to see, my kids obviously never had the opportunity to meet him, but to see how they feel like they do know him, just being around the school and then having that event every year. So I love it. So thank you for keep doing that, because he was such an amazing person and should be definitely remembered for another, 8, 10, 20 years.
Yeah, I had that marked down too, because we're around the same age, and I love Joe.
Yeah.
And I think something that really stood out to me during that whole presentation, having known Joe pretty well, was that your presentation, you had like several former students coming back, even Joe D'Antona coming back as the firefighter, Anthony, and all those guys. And I remember just the community meaning so much to Joe, and seeing like former students coming back and giving back to the kids. And I think that's something that he'd be really proud of. And also I love the scratch cooking. That's going to be a thing again, especially with the new guidelines and whatnot. So, but all that stuff, we started with the 8th graders doing their civics projects, and you'll see how many of them up there are in relation to mental health or a lot of the mental health stuff that is related to time and just wellness stuff in general. Like almost all of those things are about wellness related items. So it is something that has a lot of impact. Thank you.
Well, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Great job. Moving on to the next agenda item is the policy subcommittee second reads.
So what's the terms for being able to waive the second read?
We need a motion.
We would need a motion, and it would have to be minimal changes from the original draft we saw at last meeting.
Okay. Can I do the motion as from the policy subcommittee?
Sure, I'll entertain a motion.
All right. So first up, we have the evaluation of the superintendent. Motion to waive the second reading on this one.
Second.
All in favor? 5-0-0.
I have a question about this policy. It does not have a file number?
You know what, it was the second page of it, so the first page had it of the original.
Okay.
It's on the document that's like this, because we got rid of totally the first policy.
So it will,
It's on the agenda, it's CBI.
okay, so it will appear on the document. Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you.
I just didn't print out that page, because that was the original.
I understand, I get it. Thank you.
Very good question. Is there any discussion about it?
No, just based on the discussion, the discussion last year, last week, sorry, our last meeting, I do see that some changes were with it. Yeah, there were some changes made, correct, to make it a little less specific.
They ended up taking the last sentence from your original policy and just including that in it as well. So it wasn't it was unchanged, but it was taking that forward from your original policy, which that means that anyone that is providing input on the evaluation has been on the committee for the year.
I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion to approve the evaluation of the superintendent, file CBI, as presented.
I second.
All in favor? 500.
I make a motion to waive the second reading of file CL administrative reports.
Second.
All in favor? 500. Any further discussion on this policy?
No changes on this were made, correct?
Right, yeah, that was a situation where it was thought around, bat around the idea of sort of condensing all the items listed out and into a reference to another page, but the committee thought it was sort of silly to just direct it to another page, whereas right there, they'd all just be listed. So the committee felt that that was fine as that was written. But if it didn't get passed, then we could certainly go back and have it written for the.
So this is the one that I was thinking of.
But this is as we read it from the last meeting. We didn't make any additional changes.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the items are still listed out in the second paragraph, correct?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
the second paragraph that was the item. So, I mean,
Now, this is the one that there was some feedback that we may not want to list these out to keep the policy more vague, correct?
right, the feedback was to direct it to another place where everything was listed out, as opposed to just having it on there.
Can you just refresh my memory? I'm sorry. Where were we directing it to and why?
It was another website, it's,
I'm just thinking, if it exists somewhere else, why would we have it in this? And I'm really just asking a question.
yeah, it was because it was not, it directs it someplace that isn't officially.
You have your
a policy.
monthly, the list that you have for the school committee by month, what are the standing items? And that already has all of these listed as standing items. When you think about the wellness committee coming forward, the special education review in March, they're all listed month by month for the school committee in another like monthly document, if you will.
And that's a supplemental, right? That's not policy.
It's not
No, because
policy.
by directing it, if you ever wanted to put a new group or a new report or something that became like a standard one that you wanted, you would put it there, and then you wouldn't have to go back and change your policy because it's more flexibility by being able to have that separate.
Yeah, I think it boxes the committee in, not just now, but like going forward, if you did want to ever change or fluctuate any of this, we would have to go back to policy, so why not keep it more broad?
That sentence that says these will include, but we are not limited to the following.
I don't know. There's another
Does the
document that
public
exists.
have access to that month by month? Is there anywhere that a community member who would be interested to, see what reports the committee's going to get can go find that document, or is that just something that we see as school committee
I
members?
don't believe it's listed under the school committee site. I mean, one of the things you could do if you're wanting to keep it all listed, instead of saying they will, you could say they may include.
Yeah.
So these, instead of these may include?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I just personally think having a spot where, a community member can look and see kind of some potential reports that the committee may be taking up might be of interest to them. And so obviously we have that month by month document that we talk about during the retreat and have access to, but the community can't necessarily see that portion of it.
So do we want to, I make a motion to accept this administrative reports with the small correction of that second paragraph where it goes from these will to these may include?
I second.
All in favor? 500. Thank you very much.
I make a motion to waive the second reading of file DD, grants, proposals, and special projects.
Second.
All in favor? 500.
So for this one, we just, the third and fourth paragraphs were somewhat duplicative, so we just removed that third paragraph and just tweaked, made a small tweak to the fourth paragraph to make it congruent, so.
Only thing I noticed is it goes from and for to and for again. Because if we scratch out that line,
Yep.
should probably get rid of one of them.
Say that again.
So in the third paragraph, or fourth paragraph, after this, the paragraph after the strikeout, it says and for, and then there's a strikeout, and then it repeats and for. You just strike out one of them.
I'm making notes I can show you after too, Jamie.
Okay, I make a motion to approve file DD, grants, proposals, and special projects with the noted part omitted.
Second.
All in favor? 500.
I make a motion to waive the second reading of file KF, community use of school facilities.
Second.
All in favor? 500.
So for this one, it was pretty much to align for like the community use for schools. We borrowed heavily from the MASC in terms of inspiration for it. And we also did have the Foxborough Police Department take a look at some of the items for it. This is actually being updated to allow for us to make other changes within the KF in the future for it, because we're going to have some upcoming first reads in regards to the more specific parts of the use of school facilities. But this is the general umbrella for it, by which it'll be guiding things.
It did not change since the reading that you did from the last meeting.
Yeah.
I make a motion to accept file KF, community uses of school facilities.
Second.
All in favor? 500. Thank you very much to the policy subcommittee, and we look forward to those future first reads.
These are there.
Yeah.
Next on the agenda is the budget transfer. Sheridan.
Thank you. So according to the budget transfer policy, anything over $25,000 must be submitted to the school committee for approval. So I'm bringing forward tonight a budget transfer request in the amount of $55,600 from tuition private school account to the natural gas account. And as you know, it's been a very cold winter. The heating bills have been pretty high, not only in your own homes, but in the schools. So at the moment, I'm requesting that transfer in the amount of $55,600.
Any questions?
Do we kill the heat during the night?
It drops down.
Drops
It's
down.
on a timer, if you will. They have a setting, and what we had to do over the winter this year, because where we had so many cold,
Yeah, the pipes.
we had to keep them running over those weekends because we didn't want the pipes to freeze. And there were other districts around the Commonwealth that happened, and our guys do an excellent job. We did have 2 small pipes that burst, but compared to what you see around, that was nothing. And they were able to get in. They were walking through the building. There was the Ahern for one of them, and they were doing their rounds at 5 in the morning, and everything was fine. And then by 6:30, they had one that burst, but they were there. They were able to get it all cleaned up. They were amazing.
Awesome.
They are. Kudos to Tony, Carl, and all their staff. They're great.
Sure.
I make a motion to approve the request for a budget transfer of $55,600 from private tuition school account to the natural gas account.
Second.
All in favor? 500. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is the school committee retreat. This is an action required item, as we do need to vote on the date and then the time, and if we would like MASC there. So since our last meeting, I have spoken with Sean Costello from MASC just to ask him his thoughts on MASC himself coming back out to us and running us through some sort of presentation that if we so choose. And he said that, Foxborough's been doing it the last couple of years, and he thinks, it's a good practice to have. And if the committee's will to continue doing it, and it can be a different presentation than it has been the last years, that way it's not as repetitive for the same thing. So if, the committee wants him to come out, he's more than happy to come out. It seems that the date that works for everyone best is July 20th. That is still free for him as of last night. So that date should still work. And if there's any, specific things that we want to have him present to us about, then he would be more than happy to do so. Yes.
Mr. Chair, I really found it valuable the past, I believe it's been 3 years, for MASC to lead us in goal setting. If just anybody on the committee would like my feedback, I found it hugely helpful. And it's really been, to me, a great way to have them sort of guide us and help channel the committee and create some cohesive goals.
Anyone else have any thoughts?
I'm not sure what sort of other options he has for it, but I have no issue. I think the goal setting's good for giving us guidance for the year, especially with the timing of when it happens.
So if I may speak to that, just want to let you know, we can basically customize MASC just like they guide you in policy and they help guide us in budget and they guide us in oversight. They can guide us through the retreat. So if there's anything you wanted support on, or I'm trying to think, that they helped coordinate the policy manual overhaul, and that a lot of that work, the kickoff started in the summer retreat guided by MASC. So that was sort of wrapped into our goals, and then they helped sort of pack it up in a neat, like tie it up in a neat little bow, and gave the policy subcommittee. The policy subcommittee within the summer retreat actually created their own secondary goal, which was lofty, of doing the entire overhaul of the policy manual. So if there was, this is a great jumping off to talk about this, but just really anything that you felt, anything the committee feels that needs, we need focus, or we need resource, or we need any support, they're very, in years past, they've been very happy to customize it. So that's just to provide what you were asking.
Anything else? So we need to vote on the date and time, correct? So the date that, as I mentioned, seems to work for everyone is July 20th. Does that still work for everyone?
Mm-hmm.
What time would we like to start? I know we typically started earlier than 6:30. Is it typically 5:30?
You end up having an executive session before the regular meeting as well, because that is the one for the evaluation piece. So that you've typically started at 5, and then the regular meeting after executive session has been starting more at 6. Well, you've tried for 5:30 and not have been able to make it, so.
Does 5 o'clock work for an executive session on July 20th with a regular meeting to be followed at 6?
You might be able to do it. This is the first year. This is year 1 of the 2-year cycle, so it's the formative year. So it's not the full evaluation. So you might be able to do it this year as opposed to last year when it was the full evaluation.
Last year wasn't the full evaluation.
Yes.
Yeah, it was.
It was. Oh,
yeah. I think it's easier to, no one wants to start late, but I think it's easier to start late than have like a dead time for 20 minutes beforehand. So, right?
Yeah. So we can, have executive session at 5 and plan to start at 5:30. And if we're running a few minutes behind, then so be it.
Make a motion that we have our retreat on July 20th at 5:30 for the public portion. And do I have to do the executive as part of the?
Yeah.
I do, okay. And executive session at 5 o'clock.
I second.
All in favor? 500. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next agenda item, community update. Start on my left, Allison.
I was trying to find out what time the girls play next for lacrosse, but they played last night and won. So waiting to hear back on when they play next. But the boys lacrosse team plays, what's today, Wednesday? My week is all messed up with the holiday. They play Friday at 6:15, and it's a home game. So if anyone's free on Friday night at 6:15, the boys lacrosse team will be playing, and they're playing Pope Francis, which is a school in Springfield, because I had to Google that today because I had no idea where it was. So that'll be Friday at 6:15.
I think when CPAC was here, they pretty much went through everything. I, again, just want to reiterate the amount of work that Colleen Foley did. And every year, the Special Olympics get better and better. Like yesterday, was it yesterday? It was, I know, now I'm like, it was, but it was just so well organized. It moved so smoothly. Like just every year, it just keeps getting better and better. Again, if anyone is interested in joining CPAC, please let us know. We will be having our popsicle play date on August 6th and our planning meeting on August 12th.
Sarah.
All right, so I just wanted to take a second to shout out to our student representatives, Yasmin Bagoza and Stevie Strahan. They haven't been here the last 2 meetings, but for the last 2 years, they have been wonderful, amazing student representatives. As I remind them, they don't have to run for school committee after their term as our student representative. But I know they're not here. I just want to shout out to them. They've been so consistent, so wonderful. They've always come to the table with a lot of great information and been great to work with. So I just want to say thank you to them, and congratulations to all the seniors. We've got graduation. We've got the big grad week events. I wanted to shout out and thank you to the grad events team of parents, because last year that was me. So I want to thank all, and thank you, Michelle. I know you're, once again, thank you for handling all the finances and all the fundraising. It's a year of work, and the kids just had so much fun last year. It was awesome watching their faces. So thank you to that committee of parents that worked so hard to do so many nice things. And best of luck to all our graduates. Oh, and we got Founders Day coming up, so hopefully everyone's going to be there walking for school committee and representing, the schools. So that's it.
Pat?
So, youth football signups closed this weekend. All right, so I get that one out there. But I did want to mention Founders Day as well. From the other scope, Founders Day, favorite day of the year for Foxborough. It's a big deal for everybody. It's also a day where there's a lot going on, especially around the center of town. So everybody speak to your children, remind them to be very mindful of that. Whether it's the youngest ones, reminding them to, stay near trusted adults and to be careful when crossing the street, or it's the older ones and making good decisions on Founders Day. It's a really great day, but everybody's got to sort of have a heightened alert for everything to just watch out for each other.
Dr. Burdos.
I'm good.
Dr. Burrows.
I'm good.
Ms. Sheridan.
I'm good.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I forgot one thing.
Go ahead.
I just want to say thank you on the Founders Day. I totally forgot the dog carriage parade. This year, I've been involved with the dog carriage parade, but this year the Foxborough Recreation has stepped up to run a dog carriage and wagon decorating event. That will happen the Thursday before, and I'm going to look at the actual date. That will happen the Thursday night before. Thank you, June 4th. Thursday night, it's going to happen at the Booth Recreation Complex. I believe it's something like $5 to sign up, and you get all your materials and everything. You can bring your wagon, you can bring your dog carriage, you can decorate it there, and I think there's snacks and drinks. So sign up for that. That's a really fun way to get your dog carriage and your wagon front and center for Founders Day.
You can leave it there too, right?
Yes, you can leave it there and store it there.
As someone who's done the dog carriage parade, it is a tremendous pain in the butt to...
Wait, have you done it or has your daughter done it?
Well, I can promise you I was the one that had to handle the logistics.
Yes.
So.
No, yes, that's the best part. You get to bring it a few nights before. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
And then I do have one community update from our last rec board meeting. The rec department has actually adopted an e-bike policy, which, bear with me, I will read through it. It is not too long. E-bikes, all classes, both registered and unregistered, are not allowed in the parking lots unless solely as a mode of arrival and departure and to the park. On the fields or paths at any town-owned park facilities, including but not limited to Booth, Payson, Ernie George, Mill Street, and Lane. E-bikes are not allowed in the skate park, Highland Rink, tennis or basketball courts, or on any fields. Anyone under the age of 17 must wear a helmet. Speed limit in the parking lot is 10 miles per hour. Facilities are closed from dusk till dawn unless lights are utilized for organized, approved groups. Failure to comply with this policy may result in disciplinary action up to and including a letter of disinvite. So, if you know anyone who rides an e-bike, please let them know about this. There's a very nice Facebook post that was posted today on the Foxborough Recreation page. Feel free to check it out. There's a lot more information than this on there. So,
I did also see that the Foxborough Police are supporting this
Yes.
policy as well.
yes, there was a lot of collaboration on this. With that being said, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I motion that we adjourn.
A second?
All in favor? 500. Thank you very much. Good night.
Good job, boss. 8:13.